Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang kedua, Land Code Amendment Bill 2025, Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Natural Resources and Urban Development.
Councillor to Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025 to be read a second time. The amendments as proposed in this bill are timely and necessary in view of the state's evolving socio-economic landscape, increased development demand, and the growing complexity of land management and land administration. These amendments are intended to streamline operational processes, enhance enforcement powers, refine planning policies, and incorporate digital innovations. In doing so, the state seeks to modernize and future-proof its land governance framework by improving administrative efficiency and enhance legal clarity. This bill lays the foundation for a land management and land administration system that is transparent, accountable, and responsive. A system that aligns with Sarawak's long-term development strategies and raises the standard of public service delivery. This bill will equip Sarawak with the adaptability required to respond effectively to emerging challenges in land governance while supporting sustainable development and aligning with Sarawak's broader economic and social aspiration. At a time of rapid urban growth, technological advancement, and rising public expectation, this bill is a crucial step toward laying the groundwork for the future of our land management and land administration. It will create a system that is more responsive, transparent, and service-oriented, one that truly meets the needs of landowners, investors, Sarawak civil servants, local communities, and rakyat as a whole. Councillor to Honourable Speaker, the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025 introduces significant changes across multiple parts of the existing legislation, ensuring that Sarawak land management and land administration system remain efficient, adaptable, and aligned with the current best practices in land governance and regulatory administration. These amendments involve 24 sections, along with the introduction of 3 new sections covering key areas of land management and land administration, legal interpretation, enforcement mechanism, and digital transformation. It is structured into 4 key categories, each addressing essential aspects of Sarawak's evolving governance framework. These categories include changes in function, procedures, and work processes, updates to definitions and policies, enhancement to enforcement and compliance measures, and the integrations of technical advancement to modernize land management and land administration. The amendments also aim to streamline operation, simplify procedures, and standardize processes in alignment with digital service delivery initiatives aimed at supporting the post-COVID-19 Development Strategy 2030, PCDS 2030, and the Sarawak Digital Economy Blueprint 2030. The provisions introduced through this bill are intended to strengthen Sarawak's land governance framework by updating current administrative practices and clearer policy direction. Notably, the amendments also introduce a strengthened enforcement mechanism within the land code, empowering the enforcement authorities to act swiftly and decisively against non-compliance, encroachments, and illegal occupations. The bill introduces amendment to Section 32A, which is aimed to aid significantly expanding the scope of regulation over raw materials, where the original provision only prohibited the removal of raw materials without lawful authority. The amended section now also includes their extractions and transportation. This ensures that all stages of handling, from on-site removal to off-site transit, requires proper licensing. The penalties have been substantially increased, imposing fine between RM 50,000 and RM 500,000, or imprisonment up to 5 years or both. Additionally, new subsection introduced a legal presumption of guilt for anyone found in possession of raw materials, making enforcement more effective. Courts are now also required to order a person convicted of the offense to pay to the government a sum of at least 10 times the royalty or payments due, with amounts recoverable as civil debt. Complementing these changes, the newly inserted Section 32AA addresses a previously unregulated gap: the transportation of raw materials out of Sarawak. This new section prohibits any person from transporting raw material beyond the state's borders without a specific license issued by the Director of Land and Survey. Any person found transporting raw materials out of Sarawak without a valid license or in breach of license condition face a minimum fine of RM 100,000 up to Rm 1 million or imprisonment of up to 5 years or both. Together, Sections 32A and 32AA form a comprehensive legal framework to regulate the extraction, internal movement, and external export of raw material, safeguarding the state resources and strengthening revenue collection mechanism. Equally important is the introduction of Section 171A, which provides a formal mechanism for the registrations of Wakaf or religious endowment lands in the land registry. This amendment empowers individuals or Majlis Islam Sarawak to apply for such registration and extend similar provision to other religions that have equivalent concept. This marks a progressive and inclusive step forward, reflecting Sarawak's commitment to safeguard the rich diversity of religious belief within its multicultural society. To strengthen the state enforcement capabilities, Section 209 has been amended to provide enhanced penalties for the unlawful occupation, cultivation, and clearing of state land. Any person who commits such offense are now liable to a fine of up to Rm 500,000 or imprisonment for terms of up to 5 years. Section 230 has also been revised to increase penalties for the subdivision and developments of land without proper approval, with fines of up to Rm 3 million and an additional daily penalty of Rm 5,000 for continuing offenses. In addition, the scope of enforcement has been broadened through amendment to Sections 209A and 209B, which relate to powers of arrest, eviction, and seizure, ensuring consistent and effective enforcement across the entire land court. Answering to Honourable Speaker, the role of assessors in land reference cases has also been clarified, where Sections 63 and 65 now require that the opinion of assessors be formally recorded, whether delivered orally or in writing, and their fees will be prescribed by the rules. This enhances transparency and ensures their contributions are formally recognized in the judicial processes. A series of administrative and procedural enhancements have also been introduced. For example, Section 128 now eases the process of the display of notices for loss of titles. The process has been simplified to ensure timely service delivery where notice for lost title would be displayed at both the superintendent's and district office of where the land is located in. This is to ensure that the issuance of duplicate title are expedited. Section 208 is amended to give power to the director, with the approval of the minister, to direct the manner in which any notice is to be delivered or dispensed with, in addition to the existing powers conferred to the court of competent jurisdiction. Section 215 is amended to enable magistrate to attest any instrument executed under the code, and the amendment also empowers the director to determine the manner and period of general authorization given under Section 215, bracket 1, bracket A. Tuan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in our commitment to leverage technology for efficient governance and service delivery, Section 234 is amended to enable the digital submissions of documents where the required physical copies to be submitted is no longer required. This is also in alignment with our goal of a more efficient and towards a paperless land management and land administration system. The amendments also incorporate the new functions of the State Planning Authority, SPA. Under Section 229, the SPA is now empowered to impose levies, fees, and contributions related to subdivision and development approvals. Section 248 grants the SPA the authority to make rules regarding such charges, as well as the submissions of utilities survey plan and other related matters, ensuring robust planning and coordinated development. In support of infrastructure coordination, Section 232 now requires developers to submit comprehensive utility plan, including layout for water, electricity, gas, and telecommunications. This will ensure a better integration of utility services from the earliest stages of planning. Additionally, the newly inserted Section 234A mandates the submissions of as-built utility surveys after project completion. This critical data will support the state effort in utility mapping, long-term maintenance, and planning integration. Tuan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, the salient features of the bill that I have just outlined demonstrate the government's unwavering commitment to ensure that the Sarawak Land Court remains effective, responsive, and future-ready in supporting Sarawak's sustainable and well-regulated development. The other features of the bill are stated in the explanatory statements to the bill. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, as Sarawak advances toward high-income economy and sustainable development guided by post-COVID-19 development strategy, PCDS 2030, and the Sarawak Digital Economy Blueprint 2030, it is essential that our land governance framework evolves to meet modern challenges and future demands. The law should be dynamic in nature, adapting to the rapid evolutions of technology and the accelerating pace of physical and economic development. I therefore urge the honourable members to give full support to this bill. In doing so, this will ensure that Sarawak remains on the path of equitable and sustainable progress. With that, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I beg to move this bill.
Another minister to second.
Tan Sri Speaker, I beg to second.
Alaihi Muhammad, before I call the members to take part on the debate, I wish to remind that this is an amendment bill. So, understanding Order 32.1, please confine your observation to the amendments only, without opening up the entire land code. Under 31.8, I rule that all speeches have given maximum of 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Padungan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate in the Land Code Amendment Bill 2024. I have three parts in my debate touching on the Amendment Bill. The first part is about the Clause 3, seeking to amend Section 32A, which impose a heavy sentence on those who extract, remove, or transport rock material without a license. I do agree that for the extraction of rocks from its natural habitat, there should be a license to issue so that land surveyor can regulate the amount of rocks to be removed and also the landscape. However, I will plead leniency for those who are found to be transporting those rocks from the quarry to the buyer. Why I say so? Because most of those transporters, they are lorry owner driver, where they have only one lorry and they are almost daily workers. With the amendment of this bill, with this amendment bill, if they are found to have rocks on their lorry carrying rocks, they will be presumed to have extracted and extracted with knowledge and removing with knowledge that there is no license given to the quarry operator. In most of the circumstances, these lorry drivers, they do not even have the bargaining power to demand the quarry owners to show the lorry drivers, hey, do you have a permit to extract rocks? Because of this unequal bargaining power, they are at the mercy of the quarry owner or the buyer of the rocks. Therefore, I'll plead leniency for this group of people, the transporter, who are at the mercy of either the quarry owner or the buyer of the rocks when it comes to enforcement, so that they will not be excessively penalized, because most of them are daily workers, daily earner, and they cannot afford such a hefty fine. Second issue relates to the clause 9 of the amendment bill, which seeks to introduce a new section 171A into the land code. This amendment touches one key fundamental principle of our state constitution and the state government. The amendment, this clause, seeks to import the concept of Wakaf or endowment into the land code. And I'll read out the clauses. The clause 131A, any person, 131A, bracket 1. Any person who has rights and interests on any land may lodge an application to declare such land as Wakaf or endowment in accordance with the rules made under Section 213, subject to the conditions or requirement in any written law. 2. In the case of land identified as Wakaf under the Majlis Islam Sarawak Ordinance 2001, Chapter 41, the application to declare such land as Wakaf may be lodged by the Majlis Islam Sarawak. Subsection 3, Subsection 1 shall apply to any endowment made under any other religion having the same concept of Wakaf, which is to be regulated by the relevant law and body identified under such religion. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Sarawak, the government is seeking to import religious element into the Sarawak Land Code, which is a law of general application to all persons professing different religion. To me, this goes against the very fundamental constitutional framework of Sarawak, that Sarawak is a secular state, as opposed to the federal constitution, which provides that Islam is the religion of the federation. The constitution of the state of Sarawak does not provide any religion to be the religion of the state. As such, we in Sarawak do not have an official religion. All the more, we should keep religion out of laws which have a general application to all the people, of which the Sarawak Land Code is one. So far, the state government has kept religion away from the general administration of the government, and that is good. It helps to preserve the racial harmony that we enjoy thus far. By introducing the concept of Wakaf into the land code today, the government is setting the precedent of Islamic doctrine and religious ideology to be incorporated into a law of general application to all. This will have a serious implication in future and for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with any religion and its ideology and teaching, be it Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism. I believe that all religions teach us to fear the divine power and to do good. But I'm also a firm believer that religious ideology should be kept away from the realms of law and governance. The racial disharmony and tension in West Malaysia are due to a large extent to the fact that the two, government and religion, has intertwined too much. I love to see the day that Sarawak goes down that path. Besides the ideological implication of this Wakaf bill, Wakaf, introduction of Wakaf into the land code. There is also practical difficulties in the introduction and application of Wakaf concept in the land code. Firstly, the word Wakaf is not defined in the land code. To our Muslim friends, it may be a common word, but to the non-Muslims, Wakaf is not so widely understood. Even before I stand today to debate, I have to make references, I have to Google search, I have to make references to the Majlis Islam Sarawak Ordinance 2001 to ascertain the definition of Wakaf. And there I find two definitions of Wakaf. One is Wakaf Am, which means a dedication in perpetuity of the capital and income of property for religious and charitable purposes recognized by Islamic law and the property so dedicated. And two, Wakaf Khas means a dedication in perpetuity or for a limited period of the capital or property for religious or charitable purposes recognized by Islamic law and the property so dedicated, the benefit and income of the property being given to specific person or for purposes prescribed in the Wakaf. Now, the key differences is that one is a dedication in perpetuity, one is a dedication in perpetuity or limited period. For further clarification and determination in the interpretation of the word Wakaf in the land code, one might have to seek the interpretation of Majlis Islam Sarawak or the Lembaga Fatwa as provided in the Majlis Islam Sarawak Ordinance, rather than seeking clarification in a court of law. Now you have to seek clarification on how to interpret certain provision in the land code through a fatwa council. Secondly, what will become of the status of the land after it is being declared as Wakaf? Would the land be converted from mixed-zone land to native land? Or can the Wakaf land be developed or sold and the proceeds be kept by the trustee for the charitable purpose for which the land was dedicated? All these are silent in the proposed amendment. Thirdly, which is more importantly, in the event that there is a competing claim over a parcel of land declared as Wakaf, and one of the claimants or few of the claimants are not a Muslim, would Islamic law be applicable or civil law? Would the challenge by the non-Muslim on the declaration of Wakaf be then regarded as a challenge against the religion? And where would he file the action? Would it be civil court or Sharia court? There may be even an issue of the issue of where to file the challenge. I give an example, Mr. Speaker. A land owned by A, who is the eldest in the family of 5 brothers. The land was inherited by the father to A and the siblings, but it was registered in the name of A. And the siblings come and try to make claim, saying that, hey, this is the father's land. It's given to all of us. Although you are the registered owner, we have interest. Then after a few exchange of opinion or argument, A apply and declare the land to be Wakaf because A has been converted to Muslims. Then he apply and declare the land as Wakaf. Then his siblings, brothers, the 4 of them, how are they going to challenge that declaration and registration as a Wakaf? This is what we call the conflict of law. Such conflict in the application of civil law and Islamic law has not only created much legal argument, but at times it can be a very divisive issue in a multiracial and multi-religious society like Sarawak. It has become one very emotive and sensitive issue in the West Malaysia. under the current land code, if anyone wishes to donate his or her land for charitable purposes or for any religious purpose, i.e. to build a mosque, a masjid, a church or temple, it can be done. His or her land can be transferred to and registered in the names of the relevant organization for such purposes. Special condition on the land use can be endorsed on the land title deeds for such purposes. There's thus no need to amend and introduce the religious concept into our land code via this amendment. As such, I would propose that Clause 9 of this bill and part of Clause 14, seeking to introduce the new subsection 1 bracket N relating to regulating on the procedure for Wakaf or endowment be removed from the amendment bill. The Sarawak Land Code, Mr. Speaker, the Sarawak Land Code is a circular law and should remain so. Any attempt to import religious element into this piece of circular legislation will go against the original intention of our state's founding fathers and the spirit of MS 63. On the issue of administrating the creation, management of Wakaf, rather than amending the Sarawak Land Code via this amendment bill, it will be more proper that the state government introduce a new bill regulating all Wakaf matters, not only Wakaf but also non-Muslims charitable trusts. A comprehensive bill, two comprehensive bills to regulate this matter. And for the Wakaf bill, it can be modeled after the India's Wakaf Act 1995. And India's Wakaf is spelled as WAQF, Wakaf Act 1995, amended in 2025. That is in respect of Clause 9 of the amendment bill. Now I'll go into the last part of my observation on the amendment. That will be the Development Act, a development plan, which appears in Clause, I believe, Clause 16, 17, and 18 on the development plan. Mr. Speaker, land prices has become so expensive now in Kuching, such that most of the developers who buy a plot of land in the heart of the city or nearby within the city vicinity, they have to build condominiums or high-rise building in order to return their profit, in order to earn profit from their development of the land. As such, they create disruption to the existing residents. When you build a high-rise building next to a semi-detached house or next to a terrace house, definitely it creates disruption. But we need development. Therefore, there are always conflicts between the developer and the existing residents. Now, the government, the role of the government is to how to facilitate, how to negotiate, or how to mediate between these two interested parties. One is someone who has stayed there for maybe 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or the rest of his life. And the other one is a newcomer who built condominium high-rise building. And in the course of development, it is unavoidable. But we should minimize the disruption of this such a matter. It is therefore I will propose that in the approval of the founding of this development plan, the government should adopt a least disruptive consideration for the approval plan. And in that respect, I would like to highlight one particular incident, which is the rice residence at Jalan Haki. Rice as in R-I-S-E, rice residence in Jalan Haki, under construction. The plan that was approved by the SPA and the council is that the rubbish collection center of the condominium is located right in the doorstep of the existing residence of existing houses of Lorong Haki 2. Imagine you have few hundred households throwing their rubbish, and all the rubbish will be collected and deposited in front of your household, and that will go on every day. Mr. Speaker, the stench, the discomfort that the existing residents of Lorong Haki 2, we can imagine, is just unbearable. They have sought help to the council, to the land and survey, but to no avail. Here, I bring out this issue and plead with the minister and honorable deputy premier that the SBA could just amend the drawing a bit, the approval a bit, to locate the rubbish collection disposal center of that condominium to a place that will not affect any existing resident. After all, that condominium sits on a plot of land that is more than 1 acre. Definitely there's some place along the main road or something that someplace that fronting not the existing residential area can be accommodated. So therefore, I plead with Minister to look into that, and also for on the part of development plan, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the state government's policy in imposing housing financial contribution, i.e., if a developer wishes to develop land of more than 10 acres into a housing estate, he has to contribute certain financial contribution to the state, where the state will use the money to build affordable houses for the poor and the less fortunate. However, in the implementation of this policy, there are some aspects of which needs or ought to be fine-tuned. At the existing policy, any land 10 acres, between 10 acres to 13.5 acres, to develop such a land, the developer will have to contribute an amount which is equivalent to 1.3 unit of affordable houses per acre. And 1 unit of affordable house is priced at 110,000. I.e., if I have a 10-acre land, to develop that into a housing estate, I will have to pay 130,000 per acre, roughly 130,000 per acre. Mr. Speaker, the policy may be good, but I think that it needs to be fine-tuned, because the land prices in the city of Kuching, it varies largely. Land in the city of Kuching up to the 3rd mile, the 4th mile, in certain location could fetch the price of 1 acre 8 million, 10 million also, even 10 million. But certain areas or beyond, like certain areas like the Moyang areas, Matan areas, although they are also categorized within Kuching town, they are town land, i.e. town land. But the market price of this land in those areas could only fetch about 300,000, 400,000 per acre. Yes, I will wind up this point, and I finish my.
You are on which section of the
development plan?
amendment?
Development plan, which is close. Amendment. Development plan, which is close 20, right, on the consideration to approve development plan. So for a land which costs 10 million an acre, the imposition of 1.3 million is just about 1% additional cost, 10% additional cost. But for a land, sorry, okay, I'll just disturb my thought. Okay, for a plot of land, 10 acres costing maybe 1 acre 5 million, 10 acres 50 million, right? To develop that, the government imposed 1.3 million levy or housing contribution, financial contribution. It constitutes about less than 2% of the land cost. But for a piece of land in Moyan, Batu Kawah, which costs about 500,000 per acre, which is 5 million, 10 acres. The imposition of 1.3 million on the 10 acre of development constitute about 25% of the land cost.
But
There
you
is
have to conclude.
it is quite unfair to just slap a flat rate across all land in Kuching. So therefore, I'll call upon Mr. Speaker, I'll call upon the Honourable Minister that to fine-tune this financial contribution for developers, so that developers will not be overburdened with this cost imposed upon them to develop houses, especially in the outskirts of Kuching or Cebu or other major cities. With that, I conclude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Daro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju makmur dan salam segulai sejalai. First and foremost, I thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to take part in today's debate on the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 that was presented by Deputy Premier Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar Wang Tengah aliasan Second Minister for Natural Resources and Urban Development, Minister for International Trade, Industry and Investment, and also members for N82 Bukit Sari. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sarawak is definitely has set an exemplary figure to all the states in Malaysia when it comes to efficient governance, thanks to our far-sighted leader, Yang Berhormat Premier Sarawak, who has set a clear vision to make Sarawak as developed and high-income state by the year 2030. Having this clear vision comes with responsibility and foggings and developing clear policy in order to be relevant, remain sustainable, and ensuring Sarawak is on the right track. Tan Sri Dato' Speaker, I stand today in full support of the proposed amendments, which mark an essential and timely step in modernizing Sarawak's land management and land administration system. These reforms are not only about updating procedures, they are about building a more efficient, transparent, and future-ready framework that will better serve the people and development's goal for our state. Tan Sri Dato' Speaker, as we strive for position Sarawak as a digital leader and model for good governance, and proposed amendment will streamline functions, simplify outdated procedures, and standardization work processes to reflect our current operational realities. One of the most impactful changes is the formal recognition of electronic system such as ESPA system, a major shift that allowed for online submission of application and plans, eliminating the need for physical paperwork and reducing processing time significantly. The amendment also introduced more practical procedures for serving notices and expedited issuance of duplicate title, which will greatly benefit the public and reduce administration backlogs. On top of that, the extension of responsibilities from surveyors and valuers to other relevant officers in compensation matters brings much needed flexibility and responsiveness to our land administration system. The role of the State Planning Authority, or SPA, is significantly strengthened through the introduction of a legal definition of development plan. This gives the authority a clearer mandate and stronger legal backing to regulate and guide land developments in a planned and sustainable manner. Additionally, the authority is now empowered to impose levy, fees, contributions, and other charges, which provide a flexible and responsive financial mechanism to support planning, infrastructures, and enforcement activities. Most notably, the inclusion of the term any person in the amendment ensures that all stakeholders, including government departments and agencies, are held accountable to planning requirements. This marks a shift toward greater equity and consistency in enforcement, where public and private sector are subject to the same rules and expectations. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, the proposed amendment introduced clear and enforceable provision to regulate the transportation of rock material out of Sarawak. This is a critical step in ensuring that our natural resources are responsibly managed and that Sarawak rightful revenue from the resources is properly collected. By making licensing requirements legally enforceable and enabling the effective collection of fees and royalties, we are protecting not only our environment but also the economic interests of the state. This move conveys a clear and firm message that the illegal extraction and transport of rock material will not be condoned, and that all operators, whether from the public or private sector, are required to adhere strictly to established procedures. The introduction of stringent penalties through the amendment serves as a critical deterrent against unlawful activities and deplete the state's natural resources. It is imperative that the law remain resolute and that its enforcement in both consistent and credible. Mr. Speaker, equally significant is the introduction of a new legal framework to govern matters relating to Wakaf or endowments, which is intended to formalize the registration and management of Wakaf and endowments lands, not in a way that is exclusive to any one religion, but within the inclusive and intent of accommodating all religions practiced in Sarawak. Under this framework, landowners who wish to endow or dedicate their land for religious or welfare purposes will now have a clear, efficient, and a legally secure pathway to do so. No more unnecessary red tape, and most importantly, a noble attention of the landowners will no longer be hindered by legal uncertainty. Sarawak, as we all know, is the land of many cultures, ethnicities, and religions. Our strength lies in our ability to live together in peace despite our differences. Therefore, it is only fitting that our law evolve to reflect this multi-religious and multicultural, to ensure that such contributions are safeguarded and properly utilized for the benefits of the future generation. The approval period of development proposal are now aligned with updated policies and the state planning authorities or SPA. So this brings greater certainty and efficiency into planning process, reducing unnecessary delays and improving transparency. Additionally, the amendment introduced its new requirement for the submission of as-built utility data, the progressive step and support the creation of a 3D utility mapping framework and the formation of dedicated committees. This is not just about data. This is about building the foundation for integrated spatial planning, underground infrastructure management, and ultimately the smart city visions of Sarawak. With accurate real-time utility data, we can plan more intelligently, prevent costly infrastructure clashes, and build more sustainable urban centers. Lastly, terminological updates, such as broadening the references to parking spaces that seem trivial, but they reflect our commitment to ensure that the land court is inclusive, adaptable, and responsive to current and future land use trends. It ensures that our laws remain dynamic and relevant to the need of modern urban development. These updates to definitions, the policies, are not cosmetic. They are strategic. They demonstrate Sarawak's commitment to responsible land management and land administration, inclusive legal framework, and smart development planning. To end up my speech, this bill shows Sarawak's commitment and definitely the collective will and effort in ensuring Sarawak is being governed efficiently. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you.
Member for Balingian.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam segulai sejalai. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. I thank you for granting the floor. Much obliged for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate. I rise today in strong support of the proposed amendments of the Land Code which seek to enhance enforcement and compliance mechanisms in Sarawak land governance framework and a pivotal move toward modernizing our land management and land administration through digital transformation. Enhancing enforcement compliance. These amendments are both timely and necessary as land-related offences such as illegal occupation, encroachment, and resource extraction continue to rise. It is imperative that the law evolves to empower our enforcement agencies to act swiftly and efficiently. The introduction of a more robust enforcement mechanism will allow the authorities to address non-compliance decisively, thus protecting the integrity of Sarawak land asset and ensuring fairness for lawful landowner and stakeholder. One of the most critical updates involved in strengthening of licensing requirements, penalties for the extraction, possession, and transportation of rock materials, particularly when these materials are moved beyond Sarawak borders. The current maximum penalty of 5,000 is outdated and no longer serve as an offensive deterrent. In fact, the economic gain from illegal extraction far outweighed this penalty, making it financially worthwhile for offenders to break the law. Similarly, the issue of unlawful occupation, cultivation and clearing of the state land presents serious long-term implication. Not only does it disrupt planned land use and development, but it also threatens environmental sustainability and community interests. The revised penalty framework ensures that those who disregard the law face meaningful legal and financial consequences. It is about restoring the rule of law, protecting our environment, and safeguarding the right for the future generations. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, enforcement cannot be effectively without the right tool. This amendment goes further by proposing new and expanded enforcement powers, including powers of arrest, eviction, seizure, and related action under the Land Code. That significantly improves the operational effectiveness of Land and Survey Department, equipping them with the authority they need to act decisively across all areas of land management and land administration. Nonetheless, to ensure the effectiveness of enforcement measures, the enforcement branch of Land and Survey Department must be strengthened and restructured to effectively support the ongoing reform. In essence, this enhancement represents a proactive and a comprehensive strategy to uphold Sarawak land laws. They will strengthen compliance, reduce abuses, and enable better coordination between the enforcement agencies and the land administrator. Ultimately, this supports our shared vision for well-regulated, secure, and orderly land management system in line with Sarawak long-term development goal. Technological advancement. As we move forward with the post-COVID-19 development strategy, PCDS 2030, and implement the Sarawak Digital Economy Blueprint, these amendments are not only relevant but essential. They reflect our government commitment to leverage technology to improve governance, efficiency, and public service delivery values that are central to building a digital empowered Sarawak. One of the most impactful reforms introduced is the amendment of the procedure for the application of subdivision and development of land, particularly through the full adoption of ESPA system. Previously, applicants were required to submit 6 physical copies of plan, resulting in cumbersome, time-consuming, and resource-intensive processes. With this amendment, the submission process becomes fully digital, a transformation that will benefit both government agencies and private sector stakeholders alike. This is not just about convenience, it's about creating a more responsive, reliable, and resilient system that aligns with Sarawak's vision of becoming a smart, inclusive, and technology-driven state. As we continue to develop our urban areas and rural communities, it is imperative that our land system support fast, secure, and user-friendly process that meet the needs of today and tomorrow. By embracing these technological advancements, we are future-proofing our land management and land administration. This is a step forward in ensuring that development processes do not become a bottleneck but instead a catalyst for growth. While I fully support this much-needed reform to the Sarawak Land Code, I must also take this opportunity to emphasize that the success of this amendment will ultimately depend on their careful and inclusive implementation. The shift toward modernization, especially the integration of digital system and streamlined processes, is commendable. However, we must ensure that no one is left behind, particularly in rural and remote areas who may face challenges in internet connectivity, digital literacy, and access to the government services. Digital transformation must not widen the digital divide. It must bridge it. It should empower, not exclude. I therefore fully support the amendment and urge all honorable members to do the same. Let us empower our institution to protect what rightfully belongs to the state and the people of Sarawak. With that, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
Member for Kelakar.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam Sarawak maju makmur. Salam segulai sejalai. It is my honor to speak in support of the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025. This amendment is not just an administrative exercise. It is a comprehensive step that brings real tangible benefits to the people of Sarawak. First and foremost, this bill makes land services more efficient and more accessible. By removing outdated procedures and digitizing applications through systems like the eSPA, we are reducing wait times, cutting unnecessary costs, and making land dealings more transparent. The days of submitting multiple physical copies and waiting for months are soon to be over. This is a service upgrade that every applicant, from the towns to the kampongs, will feel appreciated. Inilah pilihan rakyat, proses yang cepat dan tepat dapat dijalankan oleh kerajaan. Secondly, the amendment strengthens enforcement powers to protect public and private landowners alike, with stronger penalties for illegal extraction and the land encroachment. We are sending a clear signal. Sarawak land is not up for the exploitation. The improved enforcement framework protects landowners, communities, and state long-term interests. When we deter illegal activities, we protect livelihood. Preserve development zones and safeguard the environment. Nevertheless, to effectively support the broader enforcement mandate introduced by these proposed amendments, I urge the enforcement branch under the Land and Survey be strengthened and restructured to ensure it is equipped with sufficient manpower and resources. Another vital benefit lies in planning. The clearer definition of development plan and the alignment of approval timelines help remove uncertainties from the development processes. This is especially important for small landowners and local entrepreneurs who cannot afford delays or vast procedures. With streamlined guidelines, they can plan their investment better, develop their land with confidence, and contribute more actively to the local economy. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. These amendments also prepare Sarawak for the future. The requirement to submit as-built utility data and the creation of 3D utility mapping system are not just about digital records. They are about laying the foundation for smart development. With the accurate underground data, we can prevent costly construction conflicts, plan better infrastructure, and make our cities safer and more sustainable. Dan ini akan mempercepatkan juga proses pembangunan di negeri Sarawak yang luas dan makmur. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, these amendments also prepare Sarawak. The rakyat will also benefit from the government ability to regulate charges, contribution, and levy more effectively. With proper fee structures in place, public infrastructure can be better maintained and extended to where it is needed most, especially rural and underserved communities. This amendment also does not only make system more robust, it makes system fairer by including the term any person in planning regulation. We ensure that the same rules apply to everyone. To conclude, the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 is an example of policy that puts the rakyat first. It updates the laws, supports sustainable development, and modernize land management and land administration without losing sight of inclusiveness. I fully support this bill and urge my fellow honorable members to do the same. Let us take this opportunity to pass reforms that bring real progress to the people of Sarawak. With that, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Member for Tupong.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju makmur. Pertamanya terima kasih di atas peluang untuk saya turut serta dalam perbahasan rang undang-undang kanun tanah pindaan 2025. Saya juga mengambil kesempatan ini untuk menzahirkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Yang Berhormat Timbalan Premier Merangkap Adun N82 Bukit Sari yang telah membentangkan rang undang-undang ini. Rang undang-undang ini membawa satu dimensi baharu selaras dengan aspirasi untuk menambah baik rangka tadbir urus tanah oleh Jabatan Tanah dan Survey yang lebih adil dan inklusif. Land Survey sentiasa berusaha untuk mempertingkatkan kualiti perkhidmatan mereka. Patutlah setidaknya menang 3 anugerah emas di Malaysia Technology Expo pada awal tahun ini. Tahniah saya ucapkan. Antara peruntukan penting dalam pindaan ini adalah pengenalan kepada struktur undang-undang formal bagi urusan wakaf dan endowment yang wajar diberikan perhatian khusus. Saya juga berterima kasih kepada Datuk Dagik Yang Berhormat daripada Padungan kerana mengambil masa untuk mengenal pasti ataupun mengambil maklum lagi apakah maksudnya wakaf tersebut. Yang Berhormat Padungan tadi, he raised among other on the issue of Wakaf and endowment. If he would have read carefully, it is clear that the matter related to land code as suggested in the amendment is strictly pertains to land. Land, as we all know, is under state list in the Federal Constitution, and the amendment, including the Wakaf, is to facilitate the practice in Land Survey Department, which need to be addressed, bearing in mind that this does not apply to Wakaf only, but also to other religion having similar concept. Hence, to suggest that the amendment is to bring Islamic notion, as mentioned by Ahli Padungan tadi, is totally misconceived, as the law applies to all respective religious belief. Seperti yang semua sedia maklum, tanah wakaf secara definisinya adalah untuk manfaat semua. Contoh seperti tempat beribadat, institusi pendidikan, pusat kebajikan, dan lain-lain perkhidmatan yang bertujuan untuk membangunkan masyarakat. Masalah yang sering berlaku sebelum ini adalah kelopongan rangka undang-undang yang khusus untuk wakaf dan pendaftaran tanah endowment yang menimbulkan kekeliruan dan kelewatan. Jadi kita menyokong sepenuhnya dan amat mengalu-alukan niat yang murni daripada para dermawan yang budiman, baik individu serta pertubuhan yang ingin mewakafkan tanah, tetapi disebabkan halangan daripada aspek pentadbiran, maka niat mereka itu tidak kesampaian dan tidak dapat dilaksanakan. Jadi melalui pindaan ini, kita berharap agar kekangan tersebut dapat diatasi untuk memungkinkan proses tanah wakaf yang lebih teratur dan sempurna. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Kerajaan Sarawak amat menitik beratkan aspek pembangunan masyarakat, baik dari segi kerohanian, pendidikan dan kebajikan. Ini adalah selaras dengan teras strategik Pelan Pembangunan Pasca COVID-19 PCDS 2030, iaitu aspek inclusivity sosial. Saya yakin rakan-rakan ahli yang berhormat yang lain juga mempunyai pengalaman yang sama di mana tanah wakaf ini berjaya dimanfaatkan untuk menjadi institusi penggerak komuniti. Tetapi kita juga harus menitik beratkan soal kelestarian tanah wakaf. Soal sama ada masyarakat pada masa akan datang dapat terus menerima manfaat yang sama seperti hari ini dan tidak diganggu-gugat. Melalui pindaan ini yang akan menstrukturkan pendaftaran tanah wakaf dan endowment, kita dapat mengurangkan pertikaian, melindungi tujuan asal tanah tersebut dan membolehkan pihak berkuasa awam merancang pembangunan di sekitar dengan lebih berkesan. Ini kembali kepada memelihara niat asal oleh pemberi wakaf, sama ada tanah tersebut dikhususkan untuk pembinaan masjid, surau, gereja, kuil, sekolah ataupun klinik kesihatan. Sumbangan pemilik tanah tersebut ada kuasa undang-undang yang lebih jelas. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, it is high time that we ensure wakaf and endowment lands are respected in broader development strategies. This includes the realignment of development proposal approval timeline with the latest State Planning Authority policy, incorporating it into Sarawak's structured planning ecosystem. We want to avoid delays that has left wakaf and endowment lands in prolonged legal or operational limbo by improving planning efficiency for lands surrounded by ongoing developments. This is necessary reform that protects the sanctity of public-spirited land contribution and ensure that they are given proper space and respect in our physical development plans. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in conclusion, this amendment reflects Sarawak's value. It upholds the principle that land is not just a commodity but a legacy. We can now ensure that wakaf and endowment lands are legacies that can be entrusted for public benefit with dignity and security. With the status of this land being being affirmed, it is my hope that it will continue to benefit the community, becoming beacons to uplift the society through its role in enabling social development in all aspects. Wakaf and endowment land, in its very essence, is about paving it forward. Today, this bill, and with the support of fellow honourable members, we are paving it forward to ensure the society will continue to benefit, and the benefit can be felt by all layers of society. I end my speech with a quote from former UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill. "We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give." With that, I beg to support this bill. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Member for Katibas.
Yang berhormat Tan Sri Pertama Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to thank you for allowing me to debate in this important bill for our beloved Sarawak. I wish to congratulate Yang Berhormat Deputy Premier, the Second Minister for Rural and Natural Resource and Urban Development, and a member for N82 Bukit Sari for successful tabling of this important bill. Good land management is critically important for Sarawak as we embark on economic development and environmental sustainability, social inclusivity, and governance as enshrined in our PCDS 2030. As we must recognize the significance of this bill, in that it provides total legal frameworks and provision for the conservation of our natural resource, particularly our rock material, will enable us to control the pollution and management and other matter incidental thereto, which will support our PCDS 2030 on environmental sustainability and inclusive society. Sarawak has many lessons learned. Among others are our oil and gas. This land resource amendment bill is to ensure no room for distortion or encroachment into our right by outsiders. As we remember it well, among others, the attempt to nationalize or centralize our land law and management, including the resource deposited beneath our soil. It is therefore important to understand the importance of this bill and its meaning, as we will help to manage, safeguard, and protect our resources, such as our rock material, for future generations. We will cover all aspects of regulation and licensing, extraction, transportation, revenue collection, penalty on illegal possession, and conservation efforts. The bill will provide a sustainable management of natural resources through modernization and alignment with current needs for a greater economic benefit for Sarawak Maju Makmur. Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, donating land as a gift is an act of piety and faith, which is seen as an act of virtues in the eyes of many religions and faiths. This is so common in our culture as wakaf in Muslim faith or endowment in our Christianity, which carries merit in our spiritual life. In modern life, the concept of wakaf or endowment can be much subject to economic pressure. As such, it requires effective regulatory body with better law and regulation to govern it. In setting the new section 17(1)(a), which allowed an application to declare such land belong to any person or body as wakaf or endowment land, is timely in accordance with the rules made under section 213, subject to the condition or requirement as a new clause in 213, among others, Clause 213N to include regulating procedure for Wakaf or land endowment and any matters related thereto. Clause 213O, the imposition of royalty, levy, fees, or any other charges related to it. This amendment bill also includes the necessity to incorporate the Divisional Development Plan by SPA under Section 227(16)(c) to allow approval before any use. It also contains express written statement containing policy and direction of the State Planning Authority in respect of physical, social, and economic development, including planning and management of its resource. Once its powers enacted, this legal framework will ensure prudent implementation and management of our Wakaf and endowment land, which will lead to better and effective management, create jobs, and promote better land management, while at the same time we also prevent dispute between the donor and recipient that could harm the good faith of the recipient. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Pertama Speaker, in view of the foregoing merits of the bills, Katibas beg to support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Lingga.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to express gratitude to Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate on the second reading of the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025, which was presented by the Honorable Deputy Premier, Minister for Natural Resource and Urban Development, and member of the N82 Bukit Sari State Legislative Assembly. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, today I stand before you to strongly advocate for the passage of the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025. This bill represents a crucial step forward in how we manage our precious land resource, ensuring a sustainable and prosperous future for all Sarawakians. This bill proposes critical updates to our existing land code. It covers everything from responsible rock material management to empowering the State Planning Authority for better development and supporting religious endowments. The Land Code Amendment Bill 2025 is a necessary and forward-looking piece of legislation that will modernize land management in Sarawak, promote sustainable resource utilization, and enhance the overall efficiency and transparency of land administration. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, why this bill matters to Sarawak? Sarawak economy relies heavily on our natural resource. We have all seen the impact quarrying activities can have on our environment, on our communities. This bill introduced stricter licensing for rock material extraction and transportation. This means greater accountability, stronger penalties for those who break the rules, and a system that prioritizes environmental protection. People may argue that these stricter regulations could stifle the construction and quarrying industries, leading to increased costs and project delays. However, I believe this concern can be addressed by the responsible government agency by implementing a clear, transparent, and efficient licensing process that minimizes bureaucratic hurdles while ensuring compliance with environmental standards. This isn't just about protecting the environment. Licensing the export of rock material ensures that Sarawak benefits financially from its own resources, generating revenue that can be invested back into our state. For too long, our land code has been difficult to enforce fully. This amendment tackles this issue head-on by widening the scope of enforcement and increasing penalties. We send clear message: illegal land activities will not be tolerated. This will ensure responsible land use, protecting state land for the benefit of all Sarawakians, not just a select few. It also creates a level playing field for those who follow the law. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sarawak is developing rapidly, but growth without a plan can lead to chaos. This bill empowers the state planning authority with clearer definitions and greater authority to guide land use. Referring to amendment to section 227, the introduction of new definitions for development plan, divisional structure plan, local plan, special area plan, and state physical plan is essential for creating a coherent and integrated planning framework. These definitions will provide clarity and consistency in land using planning, ensuring that development projects are aligned with the state's overall strategic objectives. Furthermore, empowering the state planning authority and streamlining plan approval process will lead to more efficient and effective land development. This will attract investment, create jobs, and improve the quality of life for Sarawakians. This is how we ensure that our development is sustainable, preserving our environment, managing urbanization, and efficiently planning infrastructure for the benefit of all communities, both urban and rural. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, the inclusion of provisions for Wakaf and other endowments in new section 171A demonstrates the government's commitment to protecting cultural heritage and religious values while enabling social welfare and community development. By providing a legal framework for these traditional forms of land ownership and management, the bill will ensure that they are preserved for future generations. As mentioned by Webi Padungan just now, Section 171A may create conflicts with existing land laws and complicate land administration, creating legal uncertainties and disputes. However, I believe the government can prevent conflicts by enacting carefully drafted implementing regulations. The amendments to Section 213, bracket A, bracket 3, and bracket N gives the power to regulate the procedure for Wakaf and endowment and any methods related thereof. These amendments will establish clear guidelines, dispute resolution mechanisms, and ensure consistency with existing laws. We all know that navigating the land administration system can be slow and complicated. This bill introduced measures to streamline process, reduce bureaucratic hurdles, and make it easier for businesses and individuals to navigate the system. This will boost investor confidence, encourage economic growth, and ultimately make life easier for everyone in Sarawak. We know that some may concerns about increased regulations or potential impacts on small business. Let us all be clear. This bill is not designed to stifle economic activity. The government and Land Survey are committed to working with all stakeholders to ensure a smooth transition and a fair system for everyone. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, to conclude, the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 is a bold step towards a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for Sarawak. It addresses critical challenges, seizes opportunities for growth, and reflects our commitment to responsible land management. I urge all members of this Dewan to support this bill and join in building a brighter future for all Sarawakians. Therefore, I hereby fully support Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you.
Member for Serbuk.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate on the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 presented by Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar Wan Tengah Ali Hassan, Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Natural Resources and Urban Development, and Member for N282, Bukit Sari. I rise to speak on a matter that threatens the very foundations of ownership, justice, and economic stability in our society, the land fraud. Land is not just property, it is livelihood, it is heritage, it is security for individuals, families, and future generations. Yet across the globe, land fraud has become a rampant and deeply corrosive issue. Fraudsters forge documents, impersonate rightful owners, and manipulate weak systems to seize what does not belong to them. For that matter, allow me to refer to the amendment to sections 128 that requires the registrar to display notice of his intentions to issue a new issue document of title for loss of title in the office of the superintendent and the district office where the land is located. Amendment to sections 128 caught my attention as I refer to a few cases that involve the land dispute due to the loss of land title that were reported by third party and not by the landowner themselves. Worst case, all documents related to the said lost title are fake documents that comprises of the police report, the SD from the appointed advocates, and all others related documents needed by the department. The issue arises on how the department approved with the new land title with new name without the knowing of the original landowner. I brought the attention to these cases as it happened to my own sister, where her land with the genuine title from the Land and Survey Sarawak with the title of Mixed Zone Perpetuity located at Lot 560, Block 11, Matang Land District, was transferred to other owner without her permissions and knowledge in 2011 and only been noticed by her this year. This is unlawfully act that deprive of ownership or the rightful property through deceptive or illegal means. The modus operandi is simple. They fake the police report by reporting the loss of the land title, and the fraudsters prepare the related fake documents to be presented to Land and Survey Office for further action taken. The fraudster forged her signature and looked totally different from hers on the documents to transfer the ownership without the genuine owner knowledge. The fraudsters, as the third party, pretend to be the rightful owner and claim for the new title. The question is, why the Department of Land and Survey Kuching divisions act without verifying the genuinity of all the related documents by just issuing the new title? I do believe that this is the insider job done by somebody that works closely with the culprits or syndicates that doing this not once but many times before. My sister has made the police report for her loss and lets the police to do the depth investigations to bring the culprits to justice.
And I do believe that the elements of CVT, bribes, or corrupt practices might happen in this case. As I do my own findings, why is this happen in the most important department that look into the most valuable assets, not only owned by the people, but the government too? I found out that the few elements that allow it. Number one, weak land registry system that can be manipulated by anyone who got access to it. And number two, issues of integrity implies trustworthiness and honesty of the officers who violated their responsibilities. This can be done by improved staff training and integrity by provides regular fraud detections and preventions training for land registry unit, and for strict ethical standards, including background checks and whistleblower protections. Number three, lack of proper identity verifications on who have the authority to use the systems. Need a stronger identity verifications and authorizations by the department. And four, poor document handling or storage that can be accessed by anybody. I'm not pointing fingers to anybody or mentioning anyone, but without the work of insiders, this thing will never happen. I hope with the amendments that will be made to the bill to enhance the clear authority and strict justifications for any request of issuing the new land title and any matters related to land transferring, the fraud issues of land matters can be eliminated. With the introductions of stringent legal framework and the well protections to the genuine landowner, we hope that the amendment will suit well to its needs. Land fraud is not just a legal issue, it is a social injustice. It is our duty to speak out, act, and reform the system that allow it persist. With that, Councilor Thomas Speaker, I beg to support the Land Code Amendment 2025, the Minister in charge. Thank you very much.
Member for Bukit Asek.
Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate on the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025. I would like to express my support for the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025. It is a bill that represents an important step forward in modernizing land governance in Sarawak. And I would like to highlight the following important points to the August House. The amendment bill allowed for the stronger control over the natural resources. The enhanced provision under Section 32A and the new Section 32AA significantly strengthen our ability to regulate the extraction, possession, and especially the cross-border transportation of rock material. And this is timely and necessary. Sarawak must not become a passive exporter of raw resources with light oversight. And these new rules will prevent illegal extraction, protect our environment, and ensure fair revenue collection for the state. Number two, modernization of planning and development procedures. The amendments to Section 227 to 234 including the introduction of utility surveys, clearer definition of planning documents, and extended approval periods, reflect a sincere attempt to streamline and digitalize land development processes. And this will reduce bureaucracy, improve investors' confidence, and align our land planning framework with demands of fast-evolving economy. Number three, formal recognition of Wakaf endowment. The addition of Section 171A, which introduced the recognition of Wakaf, or land endowment for religious or charitable purposes, is a meaningful reform. For the first time, the Land Court will provide a clear legal standing for lands set aside not only by Majlis Islam Sarawak, but also by individual landowners who wish to dedicate land for religious or charitable causes. And importantly, this provision does not limit itself to Islam Wakaf alone. It extends protection to similar forms endowment by other religious communities, provided they are regulated by their own governing laws. And this reflects Sarawak's inclusive and pluralistic values where different faiths are treated with respect and their contribution to the society are recognized equally under the law. And let me give you a few examples. A piece of land donated by a Christian family for the construction of a chapel or a community home for the elderly will now have formal protection under law, preventing it from misuse or claimed for other purposes. A Chinese temple association that wished to designate part of its land as a charitable trust for the education of underprivileged children can now do so with greater legal certainty. By formally recognizing Wakaf, this amendment ensures that lands intended for spiritual, cultural, or charitable use are protected, even across generations. It strengthens the foundation for interfaith harmony, community service, and long-term planning for religious organizations and NGOs in Sarawak. And this provision is not just administrative, but it is a symbol of fairness and a practical mechanism to support the moral fabric of our society. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, however, while I support the bill, I also wish to raise one important cautionary point for our collective consideration. With the increased penalties and broader the enforcement powers, including presumption of guilt and heavy fines, we must ensure that small landholders and rural communities are not unjustly penalized. Enforcement mechanisms must be fair, transparent, and accompanied by proper awareness and education. We should not allow overzealous enforcement to result in unintended consequences, particularly for those who may unknowingly be in breach of the new regulations. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in conclusion, this bill strengthens our control over resources, modernize land governance, and honors our multicultural fabric. But as we move forward, let us balance the enforcement with equity, ensuring that development is both lawful and just. And with that, I support the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you.
Member from Malwan.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to debate on this Land Court Amendment Bills 2025. Honorable members of the legislature, I would like to touch on new section 32AA. I firmly support the proposed Land Court bills, which introduce stringent penalty for violation concerning land use, encouragement and legal development. Our state land resources are vital to our collective future. They sustain agriculture, preserve environmental balance, and protects the heritage and livelihoods of countless communities. For too long, weak enforcement and lenient penalties have allowed land grabbers and violators to act with impunity,
leading to the environmental degradation, displacements of vulnerable population, and widespread corruption. These bills mark a crucial turning point by ensuring that Mesyuarat pays consequences commemorates with the damage they inflict not just on the lands but on society as a whole. Heavy punishment under its laws sends a clear message. Land crimes are serious crime. By imposing accountabilities, we protect our land for future generations, uphold the rules of law, and create a fairer and more sustainable land management system. Issuing licenses for transporting rock materials out of the state is vital for resources management, revenue assurance, legal compliance, and environmental protection. Making unlicensed transport a punishable offense, strengthens regulatory mechanism, uphold the rules of law, and protect public interest. A fine not less than 100,000 ringgit and or imprisonment for not exceeding 5 years, showing how serious we are in taking care of our source such as a rock material. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I would like to touch on the amendment to Section 227. Introducing a development plan and divisional structure plan is crucial for effectively managing land, particularly native or customary lands, which often has a deep cultural significance and complex tenure arrangement. Here, these planning tools are important. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, 1. Clarity and strategic vision. Provides a long-term vision of how land should be used, for example, for residential, agriculture, commercial, and conservation. Ensuring development aligns with broader economic, social, and environmental goals. Secondly, protection of native lands rights. This plan help integrate traditional land tenure system into formal planning framework, ensuring that customary ownership is respected while enabling sustainable development. Planning tools help avoid the unregulated conservation of native land into private state-held land without the free, fair, and informed consent of landowner. Thirdly, conflict and minimization. Native lands often has multiple stakeholders with overlapping or unclear rights. Structured planning provides a transparent process for land allocation, reducing dispute. It also helps delineate zones for different uses, preventing conflicting land uses, such as industrial project and scale of residential area. Fourthly, infrastructure and service delivery. Coordinated planning ensures that road utilities, schools, and hospitals are efficiently distributed and accessible even in rural or tribal areas. Proper zoning through structure plans have direct public and private investment into areas that support community priorities. Fifthly, environmental and cultural preservation. Development and structure plan can designate protected area, helping to conserve ecosystem, heritage sites, and culturally important landscape on native land. This balance economic development with the provision of traditional knowledge and land practices. Sixth, enabling economic empowerment. With clear plan in place, native communities can better participate in the economy. For instance, through joint ventures, land lease, or ecotourism, all while retaining ownership and control over the land. Development plan can also identify training and employment opportunities tied to local land-based industries. 7. Legal and policy integration. Development and structure plan have aligned customary lands management with national policies, like frameworks and international commitments, example, climate, resilient, indigenous rights. Introducing a development plan and divisional structure plan is essential for bringing the gap between traditional lands management and modern development needs, ensuring that native lands are utilized sustainably, respectfully, and effectively. Dato' Councilor Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in conclusion, the passage and the implementation of the Comprehensive Land Court Bill is not long-term strategic important to Sarawak. Such legislation creates a structure and legally sound framework for land administration, ownership, and uses, which promotes transparency, reduce complex, and enhance investor confidence. Over time, this fosters sustainable economic growth, enable better urban and rural planning, secures property rights, and ensure equitable access to land resources. Ultimately, robust land court strengthen governance and serve as a foundational pillars for the social stability and national development. I urge all lawmakers and stakeholders to support this bill and work together to ensure its effectively implementation. Hereby, strongly support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Lagos.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this debate on the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025, which has been introduced by our Honorable Deputy Premier, Dato' Ahmad Awan Tengah Ali Hassan, Sarawak Second Minister of Natural Resources and Urban Development, and also as an Assemblyman for N82 Bukit Sari. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, today I raise to offer my considered views on this comprehensive amendment to our land court, which has been thoughtfully structured into 4 pillars of reform. Each component of this bill serves to establish a more efficient, transparent, and equitable framework for land management and administration, one that is responsive to the evolving needs of our society and the complex demand of this modern era. The first changes in function, procedure, and work process, Dato' Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. At the core of this amendment is a bold and comprehensive digital transformation spearheaded by the introduction of ESPA system. This is not merely an incremental enhancement, but it represents a significant leap forward. The transition from the traditional paper-based processes to a fully digital submission platform will fundamentally improve the way the public interact to our land administration. It promises greater efficiency, reduce bureaucracy, delay, and most importantly, improve accessibility of government services to the rakyat. Furthermore, recognizing the critical nature of time-sensitive land transaction, often pivotal to investment decision, this amendment expands the scope of responsibility to include additional qualified officers. By doing so, we are strengthening the system responsiveness and efficiency. These reforms are expected to accelerate and expedite the approval, alleviated administrative bottleneck, and ultimately create a more conducive environment for sustainable economic development throughout our state Sarawak. A definition and policy update. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, one of the notable strengths of this bill lies in its emphasis on clarity and policy coherence. The refined and enhanced definition of key terms, most notably expanded interpretation of development plan, serve to strengthen the mandate of the State Planning Unit, SPA, providing it is a clearer legal authority to regulate and oversee land development in a more structured and sustainable manner. Additionally, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, the bill empower the SPA to impose levies, fees, contributions, and other charges. This provision introduces a more dynamic and adaptable financial mechanism, enabling the authority to better support critical functions such as urban planning, infrastructure development, and regulatory enforcement. The introduction of new licensing requirement for the cross-border transportation of rocks material marks a critical step in closing the long-standing regulatory gap. For too long, the movement of these valuable resources has occurred with minimal oversight. These amendments bring much-needed alignment between enforcement and the true economic significance of Sarawak natural asset. The imposition of enhanced penalty up to Ringgit Malaysia 1 million send a clear and firm message. Sarawak is serious about protecting and responsibly managing its natural wealth. Equally significant are the newly introduced legal provision governing Wakaf or religious endowment. By formally recognizing Wakaf arrangement within the framework of the Land Code, this bill affirm our commitment in honoring Sarawak's rich culture and religious diversity. It ensures that such endowments are not only respected but also administered with a legal clarity and certainly upholding traditional while embracing the rule of law. Enhancement, enforcement and compliance. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, effective governance is underpinned by robust enforcement, and this bill significantly strengthens our capacity in this domain. The revised and substantially increased penalty for unlawful land occupation, encroachment, and unauthorized resource extraction underscores Sarawak renewed commitment to upholding the integrity of our land laws. These offences are no longer treated lightly. They are recognized for the serious threat they pose to Sarawak legal order and resource sustainability. Moreover, by extending enforcement power to cover the full spectrum of land-related offences under the Land Code, this amendment equips the Land and Survey Department with the necessary authority to safeguard Sarawak land's interests more effectively. The inclusion of provision for asset seizure and enhanced eviction power represents a decisive move to address long-standing encouragement issues in several parts of the state. Importantly, this expanded power must be supported by a corresponding restructuring and strengthening our enforcement apparatus. The amendment rightly acknowledge the need for increased manpower and improve operational capacity to ensure that these legal tools can be implemented effectively on the ground. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, these amendments are not introduced in a vacuum. They are a direct reflection of the Sarawak government steadfast commitment to digital transformation. This bill exemplifies our resolve to adopt technology not merely as a symbol of progress, but as a strategic tool to drive meaningful reform. The ideals of good governance, operational efficiency, and improved public services delivery are no longer aspirational. They are being realized through bold legislative action such as this. As we work together towards building a digitally empowered Sarawak, this bill serves as a timely and essentially instrument for achieving that vision. Among the most transformative elements of this bill is the complete restructuring of the procedure for land subdivision and development application, now made possible through the full implementation and adoption of the ESPA system. This digital shift eliminates unnecessary redundancies, simplifies workflow, and significantly improves inter-agency coordination, whether it is a small landowner in the rural areas, and urban planners managing town development, or a developer pursuing timely project approval. This reform delivers good measurement benefit to the stakeholders. By embracing this digital reform, we are not merely adapting to current technology trends. We are further improving our governance infrastructure. Through the digitalization of land administration process, we are removing delays, enhancing transparency, and instilling greater confidence within the private sector. In doing so, we are transforming what was once a bureaucratic burden into a catalyst for economic opportunity. The amendment before us today signal our Sarawak government enduring commitment to progress, fairness, and sustainability. This bill modernizes our administrative system, protects our natural resources, strengthening our enforcement mechanism, and harness the power of technology to deliver better outcome. It is a forward-looking legislative initiative that promises lasting benefit not only for our generation but for those to come. Let us therefore move forward in unity and purpose and pass this amendment bill to usher in a more efficient, inclusive, and just land governance framework for Sarawak. With that, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I fully support this land court Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you, sir.
Member for Kota Sentosa.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in the debate on the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025. The proposed amendments are both timely and necessary to address legal ambiguities and close existing gaps in the Sarawak Land Code. The introduction of Sections 32AA and 171A reflects Sarawak's evolving needs and ensures that our land legislation remains just, relevant and functional. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Section 32AA introduces a crucial safeguard by prohibiting the transportation of rock materials outside Sarawak without a valid license. Our rock materials, gravel, sand, limestones, and other minerals are vital natural resources that play a key role in our economy, environment, and cultural identity. Without proper regulations, unlicensed extraction and transportation could lead to serious environmental degradation, including soil erosion, river siltation, and habitat destruction. This provision is fully in line with Sarawak's constitutional rights to manage and protect its natural resources. A robust licensing system not only ensures compliance with environmental, labor, and safety regulations, but also secures rightful revenue for the state through royalties, taxes, and fees. Licensing enhances transparency, allows for effective monitoring, and deters illegal mining activities. I disagree with the observation of the member for Padungan asking for leniency on behalf of offender transporters. The principles of natural justice are fundamental legal rules that ensures fairness in decision-making processes, especially when someone's rights or interests are affected. For a person transporting rock materials, example, sand, gravel, stones, these principles apply in cases involving regulatory enforcement, licensing, penalties, or disputes. The key principles include right to a fair hearing, opportunity to respond, reasoned decision. If penalized, the person must receive a written justification for the decision, citing legal grounds and facts, and he has that right to appeal, to challenge an adverse decision before a higher authority or court. The absence of such controls risks irreversible damage to Sarawak's ecosystem, the depletion of resources, and loss of state revenue. Section 32AA, therefore, is a proactive and necessary measure that reinforces Sarawak's legal sovereignty and environmental stewardship. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, turning to Section 171A, this new provision addresses the legal status and protection of endowment lands, or Wakaf, which have long supported religious and charitable institutions such as mosques, churches, temples, and mission schools. These lands are not only spiritual assets, but also economic ones, often providing income to fund religious, educational, health, and community services. However, in the absence of a specific legal framework, endowment land becomes vulnerable to encroachment, mismanagement, or unlawful acquisition. Section 171A will provide legal clarity, safeguard ownership rights, establish dispute resolution mechanisms, and impose penalties for violations. This will reduce conflicts and ensure that these lands are used for their intended purposes. A dedicated legal provision also enhances transparency and builds trust among donors when contributors are assured that their endowments will be lawfully managed and respected. They are more likely to support religious and charitable institutions. Furthermore, a strong legal framework can facilitate the development of these lands through agriculture, rental, or commercial activities in a way that sustains and strengthens community services. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the introduction of Section 171A is both forward-looking and essential. It provides the necessary legal protections for endowment lands, ensuring transparency, preventing abuse, and enhancing the contribution of religious bodies for Sarawak's social fabric. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, in conclusion, I strongly support the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025. The proposed sections 32AA and 171A represent thoughtful and strategic legislative improvements that will benefit Sarawak economically, environmentally, and socially. Thank you.
Member for Tamin.
Thank you, Dr. Amar Speaker, for giving me opportunity to participate in the debate on the Land Court Bill 2025. First foremost, I'd like to congratulate Yang Berhormat Dr. Amar Haji Awang Tengah bin Haji Ali Hassan, Timbalan Premier, Menteri Sumber Asli dan Pengeluaran Bandar Kedua and Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri, and T2 Bukit Sari for the table of the Land Court Bill 2025 in this August House. Dr. Amar Speaker, the bill signifies a critical step for in Sarawak across to land administration, development planning, and environmental stewardship. This amendment is driven by necessity for the more robust legal framework that align with the Sarawak evolving need. It strengthens enforcement measures, addresses gap in infrastructure planning, and ensure that land development progresses in a manner that is sustainable, equitable, and beneficial to our people. Mr. Speaker, one of the key provisions of this amendment is the regulation of the rock material transportation, an area that until now has lack of comprehensive oversight. With a stronger legal mechanism, we can safeguard our natural resources against unauthorized extraction while ensuring that our industry operate transparently and responsibly. Furthermore, this bill imposes stricter penalties in unlawful occupation of state land, such as illegal activity, undermine the integrity of our land management system, and if it left unchecked, could be hinder economic progress and environmental conservation effort. With this amendment, we reinforce the state commitment to upholding the rule of law while ensuring that the fair and legal access to land for all Sarawakian. Additionally, the bill refined the definition of development plan, providing a greater clarity and structure to approval processes. This will facilitate better coordination among the stakeholders, reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies, and accelerate sustainable development projects across the state. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize that infrastructure authorities play a better role in Sarawak growth. Through this amendment, we establish a new guideline that ensures such development as properly planned, executed, maintained for long-term benefit. The implementation of this improved regulation will provide a solid foundation for the future expansion while securing the well-being of our community. It should acknowledge that this legislative change will require additional financial additional financial expenditure. However, these investments are necessary to enhance enforcement capability, upgrade the land administration system, and support Sarawak overall development agenda. I am confident the benefit far outweigh the cost at this amendment, as this amendment lay for the ground for the more organized, efficient, accountable, and land management framework. Tan Sri Dr. Speaker, after listening to the argument from a honorable member of Padungan, which this honorable member wanted the Wakaf land to be excluded from this land land court bill 2025. Therefore, I did search and found some point about the Wakaf land and endowment land as follows. Firstly, Wakaf land or religious endowment has been long play critical role in uplifting community, providing education, shelter, and welfare. Yet until now in Sarawak, there has not been formal recognition of such land in our legal framework. This amendment introduced Section 117A, a historic provision that finally give Wakaf land the legal status is deserved. Secondly, by including Wakaf land in the land court, we enhance the transparency, governance. Too many Wakaf land have been unauthorized and mismanagement, not due to lack of will, but due to lack of the clear administration process. This amendment addresses that. It is set up clear pathway for the declaration, management, and oversight. It empowers the authority with safeguarding the right of the community. Thirdly, this move is not just about Muslim. It is about inclusivity. The amendment allows for the religious endowment from the offset to be managed in similar way. That is the Sarawak way. Multi-religious, respectful, and fair to all. We are not creating the law for our one group. We are building a system for everyone. This amendment aligns the state law with national reform and best practice, ensuring that our people benefit from uniformity and good governance. Finally, let's not forget the potential of Wakaf land. Properly managed, Wakaf asset can fund a school, clinic, home for elderly, and the social program to reach the grassroots. This bill is not just about the land; it is about the unlocking value society. This amendment is timely, inclusive, and transformative. Let us give Wakaf land and dignity the legal recognition, the structure of effective governance, and opportunity to serve the people of Sarawak. Therefore, Tan Sri Dr. Speaker, I do not concur with the idea of the honorable member of Padungan to exclude Wakaf land or endowment land from this bill. Therefore, Dr. Speaker, I fully support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Batu Kitang.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to debate on the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to express my strong support for the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 because this comprehensive bill represents a forward-thinking effort to streamline land administration, enhance enforcement, integrate digital innovations, and modernize Sarawak's land governance system. This bill proposes amendments to many sections of the existing land court and introduces a few new sections. And these reforms can be grouped under four main thrusts. The first one focuses on improving functions, procedures, and administrative practices in land management. This includes formalizing current practices, clarifying policy directions, and ensuring a smoother workflows within land administration offices in Sarawak. It is a step towards greater efficiency, accountability, and policy consistency. Tan Sri Speaker, this amendment introduces major digital reforms, and one example is the adoption of the ESPA system, Electronic Submission and Processing Application, which allows for online submission of applications. And this eliminates the need for physical submissions, reduces face-to-face dealings, and significantly streamlines processing time. This is a leap forward in embracing e-government, promoting convenience, transparency, and speed in public service delivery. This bill also reinforces enforcement. New provisions make it an offense to transport raw materials out of Sarawak without written approval from the Director of Lands and Surveys. This provides much needed legal clarity and control over Sarawak's natural resources. Additionally, penalties for illegal land clearing and encroachment have been raised, with fines up to 500,000 and imprisonment up to 5 years. These deterrents reflect the seriousness of land offences and the government's firm commitment to protecting state land and forest resources. One of the newly introduced sections, Section 171A, provides a clear legal process for land to be declared as Wakaf, religious endowment, or religious allowance land, particularly for use by the Majlis Islam. This provision also extends to non-Muslim religious communities, offering a formal legal avenue to register and to protect land for religious purposes. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, this improved legal framework is timely. I wish to highlight an application by a religious organization, ISKCON, located in Arang Road, under my constituency, N13 Batu Kitang. ISKCON has been trying to amalgamate 3 pieces of land for religious purposes, where only one is presently for religious purposes. The landowner of the other 2 pieces wished to wakaf the other 2 to ISKCON. And it has been a year now, and the land office has not been able to reply positively. I hope that with this improved legal framework, the land office will now be able to reply ISKCON and allow the 3 pieces of land to be amalgamated and be listed as religious purposes, listed for religious purposes. The bill now provides clear provisions for utility coordination and submission requirements during land development projects as well. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, this bill also expressly empowers the State Planning Authority to impose levies in development exercises where previously such powers were implied but not clearly written in law. As someone who has long been involved in local government and infrastructure planning, I believe these amendments will help to reduce bureaucracy, protect our state's interests, and provide the legal foundation needed for future land development and religious land safeguarding. I commend the Honourable Minister for N82 Bukit Sari and his team for tabling this bill. With that, I give my full support to the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker.
Member for Kabung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, much has been said in support of the amendment. As I am the last speaker, I suppose, I wish to respond to the member for Padungan on his biased remarks on not agreeing to incorporate the Wakaf or endowment concept into the land code. As a person with legal background, the member for Padungan should read the proposed amendment line by line thoroughly and understand what it means. Wakaf is meant for Majlis Islam Sarawak as explicitly contained in section 171A, subsection 2, whereas application from persons professing other religion are governed by subsection 1 and 3, whereby the amendment clearly states, quote, any other endowment made under any other religion having the same concept of Wakaf, which is to be regulated by the relevant law and body identified under such religion. Very clear there. There is a distinction between the Wakaf under Majlis Islam Sarawak and the endowment under other religion. Mr. Speaker, I do not see why we should follow the Indian Wakaf law when the proposed new section 171A is adequate and able to serve its intended purpose well, as it caters for all communities with diverse religious background in Sarawak. Therefore, I strongly suggest that the new section 171A should stay as it is. With that, I support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bawang Asan.
Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, since my fellow Ali Ambu Humat have covered nearly all sections and all items in the proposed Land Court Amendment Bill 2025, I would just like to highlight one item, which is Clause 4, which provides for the power to issue licenses by Director of Transportation of rock material for export outside of Sarawak. In doing so, I think we ought to ensure that the resource extraction can contribute meaningfully to the state economy while maintaining environmental sustainability and long-term sovereignty over Sarawak natural wealth. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, we know that rock materials such as granite, limestone, silica sand, kaolin clay, and rare earth elements or rees can be extracted and that are of great commercial value both domestically and globally. In order to balance economic benefits with environmental and social responsibilities, I think we will require, as stipulated in the proposed bill, all exports of raw materials must be properly licensed and they must comply with environmental impact assessment, EIA, for extract operations. At the same time, the operators ought to enforce, I think, the rehabilitation and pollution control measures. The authority ought to make sure that a special resource fund to be collected from export duties and royalties on these rock exports be set up to support infrastructure and environmental conservation. However, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, before issuing every license, we ought to also consider whether or not certain raw materials can be processed locally as downstream processing industries. This is, of course, to help domestic economic development and also to provide employment opportunities for our local people. To ensure the responsible and beneficial export of raw materials, we must make sure that limits be set on how much can be extracted each year to protect our resources. As we know, raw materials are depletable items. Once gone, forever gone. And therefore, I think we ought to set limits on how much can be extracted and how much is to be exported. And also, we ought to enforce, and I think this is all stipulated in the amendment bill, strict monitoring to track the movement of raw materials. And we must act against any illegal mining and any illegal exports. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the Sarawak Land Court Amendment Bill, with its provision on issuing licenses for export of Sarawak's natural resources, represent a significant move to assert our state's control over its land resources, over its land and its resources, aligning with our constitutional autonomy under MA 63. The amendment reflects Sarawak's ongoing efforts to safeguard its sovereignty over natural resources while addressing economic, environmental, and social equity concerns. We are here also to assert constitutional rights to manage land and resources under Article 95B(3) of the Federal Constitution. Tan Sri Amar Speaker, the export of raw materials can benefit Sarawak immensely if done responsibly, we must ensure that every ton of rock extracted can be translated into long-term value for the people of Sarawak today and also for the people of Sarawak in the future. With these very brief remarks, Tan Sri Tadama Speaker, I wish to fully support the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. Sekian. Terima kasih.
Any other honourable member wishes to speak? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short break. Sitting resumes at 5:40 p.m. Ahli yang berhormat, under Sunday Order 9, bracket 1, I determine today's sitting goes beyond 6:30 p.m. I now call upon the Honourable Minister to do the winding up.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang telah mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan rang undang-undang yang kita utarakan tadi. Seramai 16 orang ahli yang berhormat telah pun mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan ini. Terima kasih pada semua ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang terlibat. Banyak pendapat dan pandangan yang begitu bernas telah dikemukakan, dan kita memberi jaminan bahawa segala pandangan dan komen yang membina akan kita pertimbangkan dalam usaha kita untuk melaksanakan pindaan kepada rang undang-undang ini. Berhubung dengan isu yang telah dikemukakan oleh ahli yang berhormat bagi pedungan, adalah penting untuk mereka yang terlibat dalam aktiviti pengangkutan untuk dilesenkan, dan menjadi tanggungjawab mereka yang terlibat di dalam aktiviti tersebut memastikan sumber bahan batuan adalah dari sumber yang sah. Berhubung dengan isu wakaf pula, ahli yang berhormat bagi pedungan, saya rasa mempunyai misconception berhubung dengan isu ini. Dalam rang undang-undang ini jelas bahawa ia cuma menyentuh tentang pendaftaran dan pentadbiran tanah, a matter that clearly falls under the state list as provided in the federal constitution. Ini begitu penting untuk memastikan pengurusan wakaf ataupun endowment tanah tersebut diurus dengan efisien dan teratur mengikut perundangan yang akan diurus oleh Majlis Islam dan UNIFO with regard to other religions. Dan ini juga penting untuk mengelak tuntutan daripada waris pewakaf sekiranya pewakaf itu meninggal dunia. Kita tidak akan membiarkan perkara ini berlaku, supaya ianya jelas tanah yang diwakaf itu diregister dengan land in survey mengikut dengan apa yang dihasratkan oleh pewakaf ataupun mana-mana pihak yang cuba untuk menyerahkan tanah mereka untuk kegunaan agama ke pendidikan, welfare dan sebagainya. Sehubungan ini, saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang memahami dan menjelaskan hasrat dan tujuan Section 171A ini digubal. Ini macam daripada Kabung, daripada Kota Sentosa, Bukit Asik, Batu Kitang, dan daripada ya, ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang lain, mereka membincangkan perkara ini dan beri sokongan supaya tidak ada complication dan tanah ini dapat diurus dengan baik. On land valuation, the department is currently under process of reviewing the contribution charges, and the concern raised by Honorable Member for Padungan have been duly taken into consideration as part of this review. On issue raised by Ali yang berhormat for Serembu, I believe the case is relating to Lot 560, Block 11, Matang Land District. This case occurred under the previous standard operating procedure, SOP, for loss of title application, which allowed landowners to appoint lawyers to submit application on their behalf. The case in point happened in 2011. However, the Land and Survey Department had revised and strengthened its SOP in December 2012 to prevent similar incident from occurring. Under the new SOP, all loss of title application must be submitted in person at the Land Registry Office. The landowner must sign the application form in front of Land and Survey Department officer at the counter. This enhanced procedure ensures the landowner's rights are protected, as application must now be submitted personally in the presence of state officers. Dan inilah juga yang akan kita beri penekanan dalam pindaan rang undang-undang ini untuk memperkukuhkan lagi proses dan prosedur bagi mengelak berulangnya perkara seperti ini. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, kita mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pandangan yang dibuat oleh ahli yang berhormat bagi Bawang Asang bagi kegiatan perlompongan diadakan plan rehabilitasi, dan inilah antara prasyarat yang dikenakan sebelum mana-mana lesen dikeluarkan. Dan kita juga menekankan kepada downstream activities. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I would like to emphasize that the passing of this bill will bring about substantial enhancement to the existing law. These amendments are essential to strengthening Sarawak's land management and land administration system, ensuring it remains efficient, adaptable, and aligned with current best practices of governance standard. These amendments are pivotal to enhancing service delivery to the rakyat and advancing the objectives of the post-COVID-19 development strategy, PCDS 2030, as we work collectively towards a developed Sarawak for the benefit of all. Once again, I would like to thank all honorable members for your participation in expressing constructive views and suggestions while debating this bill, which might be taken into consideration in the implementations of the amendment to the ordinance. Thank you.
Alillah Muhammad, the question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in order paper in the name of Honorable Deputy Premier and Second Minister for Natural Resources and Urban Development and Member for N82 Bukit Sari be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. As many as the opinion say yes. As many of the contrary say no, the yes of it. The motion is passed and referred to the Committee of the Whole House. The Dewan shall now resolve into the Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill which stands committed to the committee. The Dewan shall now consider the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025.
Clauses 1 to 25.
The question is that clauses 1 to 25 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many of the opinions say yes. As many contrary opinions say no, the yes of it. Clauses 1 to 25 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clauses entitled.
The Dewan shall now resume.
Councillor Honourable Speaker, I wish to report that the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 has been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang ketiga, Land Court Amendment Bill 2025, Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Natural Resources and Urban Development.
Councillor Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Land Court Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a third time and do pass.
Alillah Muhammad, the question before the Dewan is that the Land Code Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and do pass. As many as the opinions say yes. As many contrary opinions say no, the yes is it. The bill is read a third time and pass.
Land Court Amendment Bill 2025. Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang kedua, Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025, Deputy Premier, Minister for Public Health, Housing and Local Government.
Tan Sri Speaker, I beg to move the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 to be read a second time. Tan Sri Speaker, the latest amendment to the Local Authorities Ordinance 1996, Cap 20, was made in 2020. Therefore, it's considered necessary to update the current developments and to amend the provisions in the ordinance in order to meet the changes and expectations of the present situation. Currently, there are 27 councils in Sarawak under my ministry, including the newly created councils, namely Gedong District Council, Sebuyau District Council, and Sibulan District Council. All of these 27 councils are practicing councillorship system in their administrations to serve the public and community in their respective jurisdictions. As the population grows, particularly in areas under the jurisdictions of major councils, such as city councils and municipal councils, the needs of the constituents become more diverse and complex. Therefore, it is essential for local representations at the community level to be increased to better serve the needs of the people. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to Section 10, Section 10A, Section 11 is to increase the number of councillors for councils of the City Kuching South, Miri City Council, and 3 municipal councils, namely Sibu Municipal Council, Padawan Municipal Council, and Kota Samarahan Municipal Council from 30 to a total of 33 councillors, excluding mayor, deputy mayor of city council, chairman, deputy chairman of municipal council. The amendment to Section 172A, on the other hand, is to empower Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to amend all the schedules in the ordinance. The roles and functions of councillors have been increasing tremendously in recent years as a frontliner of the government machinery. The councillors are expected to solve the problems or issues on the ground expeditiously beyond ordinary working hours. The city and municipal councils are currently overburdened by the various workloads, resulting in slow response time, which trigger dissatisfaction of the people towards service rendered by the councils. Thus, by increasing the numbers of councillors in major councils, it will ensure grassroots participation, community engagement, and more effective service delivery to the rakyat. Councillors play a vital role in local governance and policy making. As policy makers at local government level, they are to ensure the local priorities and needs are reflected in the decision making. They monitor the services of the councils, follow up on complaints, push for improvement, and help to maintain the standards of service delivery. This is because the councillorship system promotes inclusive participation, good governance, and will ensure the developments in their areas are more people-driven and locally relevant. In conclusion, with the passing of these amendment bills to increase the number of councillors, the expectations to deliver efficient and effective services to the people by the councils will be fulfilled. Therefore, I call upon members of this august House to support the bill. I beg to move, thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Another minister to second.
I beg to second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Muhammad, this is an amendment bill, therefore confine your observation and remarks to the amendments only without opening up the principal ordinance. Every speech is confined to 15 minutes. Any member who wishes to speak? Kota Sentosa.
Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, terima kasih atas peluang untuk membahaskan rang undang-undang Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 yang bertujuan menambah bilangan ahli majlis di Majlis Bandaraya dan Perbandaran daripada 30 kepada 33 orang. Pertambahan ini berpotensi meningkatkan tadbir urus, memperkukuh perwakilan dan memperbaiki penyampaian perkhidmatan awam. Dengan nisbah ahli majlis kepada penduduk yang lebih rendah, setiap komuniti termasuk kejiranan kediaman, kumpulan berkepentingan dan golongan terpinggir akan dapat suara yang lebih bermakna dalam proses membuat keputusan di peringkat kerajaan tempatan. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, ahli majlis berperanan sebagai jambatan antara rakyat dan kerajaan tempatan. Penambahan 3 ahli majlis akan menyediakan lebih banyak saluran komunikasi untuk orang ramai menyuarakan kebimbangan mendapatkan perkhidmatan atau bantuan. Ini secara langsung boleh meningkatkan kecekapan respons terhadap aduan berkaitan isu tempatan seperti pembaikan jalan, sistem perparitan, pemotongan rumput, sanitasi dan keselamatan awam. Dengan peningkatan kepada 33 ahli majlis, beban kerja dapat diagihkan dengan lebih seimbang sekaligus mengurangkan keletihan dan meningkatkan produktiviti. Tambahan ini juga membolehkan pelbagai pandangan dan idea diketengahkan dalam mesyuarat majlis, menghasilkan dasar yang lebih holistik serta mencerminkan pelbagai kehendak dan keperluan masyarakat. Selain itu, bilangan ahli majlis yang lebih ramai dapat memperkukuh mekanisme semak dan imbang, check and balance, terhadap pentadbiran kerajaan tempatan, pemantauan yang lebih rapi terhadap belanjawan, projek dan pengurusan mampu mengurangkan risiko salah urus dan penyelewengan. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, kesimpulannya, penambahan daripada 30 kepada 33 ahli majlis bukan sahaja memperkukuh aspek perwakilan dan berkesanan tadbir urus, malah menguatkan asas demokrasi tempatan. Ini adalah langkah proaktif ke arah kerajaan tempatan yang lebih telus, bertanggungjawab dan responsif terhadap kehendak rakyat. Dengan itu saya menyatakan sokongan penuh terhadap rang undang-undang pihak berkuasa tempatan pindaan 2025 ini. Terima kasih.
Member for Pending.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Local Authorities Amendment Ordinance 2025 seeks to increase the number of councillors from 30 to 33 under Section 10, Bracket 1, Bracket B, Bracket 3 for the Kuching South City Council, Section 10A, Bracket 1, Bracket C for Miri City Council, and Section 11C for the Padawan Sibu and Kota Semarahan Municipal Council. While this numerical amendment may appear minor, from 30 to 33, its implications are not. If we are to increase the number of councillors, it is also pertinent to improve the effectiveness of their roles. Appointing more councillors without corresponding efforts to strengthen their performance, accountability, and community engagement risk compounding existing inefficiencies. Tuan Speaker, as told by the ministers who tabling this bill in his introduction, councillors are entrusted with the responsibility of bridging the gap between the local authorities and the people. They are expected to serve diligently, respond to local issues, and represent the interests of their communities. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, in practice and what we have seen on the ground, many councillors across Sarawak or in Kuching particularly remain invisible and disengaged from the very communities they are assigned to serve. Despite being assigned to specific neighborhoods or zones, as what has been practiced by MBKS or DBKU or even MPP, many residents do not even know who their councillors are, let alone how to reach them when issues arise. This reflects a serious disconnect between the councillors and the people. In constituency, especially those held by the opposition representative like Padungan, like Pending, it is often the Adun, it is often me or Chong who are forced to step in. inspecting drainage, reporting faulty infrastructure or poor services, no grass cutting services, longkang not clean, clogged drains, smelly longkang, all sorts of problem, or even waste collection problem in Kota Sentosa. I have to deal for him because he tell the people looking for tali himat. So for that area, the resident, the shop house owner, look for me and I help to solve. So these are the functions, among others, that rightly fall within the scope of
clarification from Kota Sentosa?
No, I finish first. Before I sit down, I give him. They are the functions, among others, that rightly fall within the scope of local councillors. It is troubling that some councillors appear reluctant or perhaps instructed by the atas. Sometimes we don't know who is the atas, not to engage openly with opposition representatives. Mr. Speaker, I've been elected to this House since 2006. Not long, only 4 terms. Our Premier, 9 terms. So are you saying our Premier too long staying in this House? So you better take back your words, okay? Otherwise you'll be marked. Okay, Mr. Speaker, since 2006 when I elected into this House, as a elected reps, not a single councillor ever worked closely with us from the opposition. They don't dare. They don't need to be seen, to be openly, to work closely with us. Why is it like that? Why are we practicing in such manner when either councillor or YB, we are all elected to serve the public? This has been particularly evident within the jurisdiction of MBKS because my area falls within MBKS, so I speak about MBKS. Such attitude undermines the very essence of public service. Tuan Speaker, despite political differences, we must never forget that we are all here to serve the people. Public service must never be politicized. I hope the Honourable Member for Batu Kawa, who is also the Minister of Public Health, Housing and Local Government, tabling this amendment bill, understood this very basic principle. Be a statesman, not a petty politician. Lead by example. Uphold the dignity of your office. Stop all the intimidations, practices, and partisan pettiness, as there is no place in our democratic government. Tuan Speaker, hence I propose the following reforms to ensure greater accountability and service delivery of the councillors. First, directive for cross-party cooperation. The ministry must issue a directive, a clear directive to all local council, municipal council, requiring all councillors to work closely with all the elected reps, including those from the oppositions. Why are you laughing? Effective local government must be built on cooperation and mutual respect, regardless of political affiliations. Secondly, mandatory ground engagement. Councillors should be required to conduct regular site visits, participate in community dialogues, and maintain a visible presence within their assigned areas. Third, performance-based reporting. Quarterly reports should be submitted detailing public complaints received, resolutions met, and community activities undertaken, and this report should be made public. And fourthly, complaint tracking system. A publicly accessible online platform should be introduced to track complaints, monitor councillor responses, and improve transparency. Tuan Speaker, let us not merely add to the numbers, let us raise the bar. Let us restore the integrity and purpose of the councillor's role, not through the symbolic appointments, but through meaningful, result-driven service to the rakyat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bali.
Tuan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Terlebih dahulu saya ingin mengucapkan penghargaan. Terima kasih kerana memberikan peluang kepada saya untuk turut serta dalam membahaskan rang undang-undang pihak berkuasa tempatan Pindaan 2025 di Dewan yang mulia ini. Terima kasih juga kepada Timbalan Premier, merangkap Menteri Kesihatan Awam, Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan Negeri Sarawak di atas usul pindaan rang undang-undang pihak berkuasa tempatan 2025 ini. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, dalam membincangkan isu rang undang-undang ini, saya sangat setuju dengan saranan Timbalan Premier, merangkap Menteri Kesihatan Awam, Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan Negeri Sarawak dengan penambahan ahli majlis iaitu dari 30 orang kepada 33 orang. Saya mengambil maklum mengenai isu kekurangan ahli-ahli majlis pihak berkuasa tempatan, terutamanya penjawatan kaunselor. Dengan penambahan ini, sedikit sebanyak beban tugas akan dapat dikongsikan bersama, memandangkan kuasaan yang dipegang oleh sesebuah pihak berkuasa tempatan adalah sangat luas dan besar. Penambahan penjawatan kaunselor ini juga akan membuka ruang dan peluang untuk masyarakat setempat melahirkan permasalahan dan penambahbaikan di kuasaan mereka. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, memahami peranan kaunselor yang sangat penting di dalam sebuah komuniti, diharapkan dengan penambahan ini akan dapat mengurangkan sedikit beban mereka di samping dapat memberikan lebih fokus kepada kuasaan yang diwakili oleh kaunselor tersebut. Di kesempatan ini juga saya ingin menyampaikan penghargaan terima kasih kepada semua kaunselor kita yang terdahulu dan yang sekarang ini atas kesungguhan mereka membantu dan mempermudahkan urusan bukan sahaja di pejabat pihak berkuasa tempatan, malah turut membantu wakil-wakil rakyat di kuasaan masing-masing. Terima kasih dan teruskan usaha murni anda semua selaku jambatan antara penduduk setempat dan kerajaan Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, dengan penerangan ini saya sangat optimis dan yakin penambahan penjawatan ini akan memudahkan lagi delegasi urus selia kerja pihak berkuasa tempatan di seluruh Sarawak. Oleh yang demikian, saya dengan ini menyokong penuh rang undang-undang pihak berkuasa tempatan Pindaan 2025 di Dewan yang mulia ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Tanjung Batu.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the debate on this important bill, the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025. I raise in full support of the bill, which seeks to amend the Local Authorities Ordinance 1996, Cap 20, to increase the maximum number of councillors from 30 to 33 under Section 10, 10A and 11, and to amend Section 172A to allow the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to amend all schedules in the ordinance. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, this amendment may appear procedural, but it reflects the state government's ongoing effort to strengthen local governance and improve service delivery. Increasing the number of councillors allow the wide representation, better distribution of workload, and more voices at the table, especially in fast-growing urban areas. However, I would like to take this opportunity to raise a matter relevant to my constituency, N68 Tanjung Batu, which fall under the jurisdiction of Bintulu Development Authority, BDA, not under any Majlis Perbendaharaan or Majlis Daerah. As it stands, the BDA is not structured with councillors as provided under the Local Authorities Ordinance.
This creates a governance gap, especially on the ground level. Unlike municipal, where appointed councillors represented zones, handle local issues, and engage residents directly. Constituency under BDA lack this grassroots machinery. This means that when public complaints arise, from block drains to license dispute to development matters, residents turn directly to the local elected representative. And by extension, our service center for every issue where we continue to serve diligently, a more structured community-based governance mechanism will greatly improve responsiveness. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in light of this, I humbly propose that BDA explore the establishment of a formal subcommittee structured to function in a role similar to councillors, under whatever permissible framework that they may incorporate into the Bintulu Development Authority Ordinance or by administrative delegation. These subcommittees could be area-based, representing major zones within Bintulu town and nearby areas, composed of community leaders, civil society reps, and stakeholders, empowered to receive, investigate, and recommend solutions to local complaints, and most importantly, serve as the bridge between BDA and the Rakyat on the ground. If necessary, a policy paper or subsidiary regulation may be issued to formalize this under BDA's operational mandate. Since Section 5 of the BDA Ordinance empowers the authority to form committees for specific purpose. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, with the ongoing expansion of Bintulu through the Samalaju Industrial Zone, the Central Business District, and residential suburbs, we are no longer a small frontier town. We are rapidly evolving into a metropolitan hub. It's time for our governance model reflects this reality. While this amendment bill focuses on councils governed under the Local Authorities Ordinance, I urge that the same spirit of inclusivity, representation, and structured local input be extended to areas under statutory bodies like BDA. Let me be clear, this proposal does not aim to undermine or discredit the commendable work already carried out by BDA. On this contrary, it is intended to complement and support BDA existing effort by strengthening its connection with communities on the ground, by introducing a more structured local feedback mechanism. We can ensure that the voice of the Rakyat are channeled more effectively and consistently, thereby enhancing this responsiveness and reach of BDA's services. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Clause 3 of this bill also empowers the Mesyuarat Pertama Negeri to amend all schedules in this ordinance. This is an enabling provision which could, in future, support better alignment across various local governance entities, including statutory authorities like BDA. Let us be proactive and forward-thinking in using the empowerment for administrative innovation. In closing, I support the bill wholeheartedly and at the same time respectfully submit my recommendation for PDA to explore the formation of functional local subcommittees. Akin to councillors to better serve the people of Bintulu, especially those in N68 Tanjung Batu. With that, I commend this bill to the House and I support the bill. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker.
Member for Setakan.
Terima kasih, Tan Sri Speaker, atas peluang yang diberikan kepada saya untuk membahaskan rang Undang-Undang Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025. Tan Sri Speaker, saya terpanggil membahaskan isu ini kerana saya pernah berada dalam Majlis Perbandaran walaupun tidak cukup edah 5-6 bulan je, Tan Sri Speaker. Tapi saya agak faham apa kekangan permasalahan di peringkat Majlis Perbandaran. Tan Sri Speaker, di Sarawak ini ada terbahagi beberapa bahagian ataupun daerah dalam bandar, pinggir bandar dan luar bandar. Kalau di dalam bandar, saya percaya banyak agensi dan pihak-pihak yang bertanggungjawab tentang permasalahan. Kalau di luar bandar ada sedikit mudah, sebab di kampung-kampung banyak ketua kampung, pengulu, pemancar, temenggung dan jatuan kuasa JKK yang terlibat dalam permasalahan di dalam kampung, khususnya melibatkan jalan raya, parit dan sebagainya. Tapi saya mengambil sedikit berkenaan dalam khususnya dalam kawasan Setakan yang melibatkan Majlis Perbandaran Kota Semerahan. Kami di sana banyak taman-taman dan perumahan yang mana tidak ada ketua kampung, tidak ada kepitan, tidak ada pengulu dan sebagainya. Belum ada, insya-Allah akan ada. Tapi dengan keadaan begitulah, kita memerlukan banyak kaunselor. Kalau dah dibentangkan oleh menteri tadi, 33 bagi saya si cukup, mendapat 63. Kalaulah boleh. Sebab dengan pertambahan yang kaunselor boleh membantu kita dalam menyelesaikan permasalahan parit dan sebagainya. Kaunselor saya boleh call tengah malam, Tan Sri Speaker. Pegawai silapat. Ini ada hak aktiviti masing-masing di Balabari. Kaunselor okey, kerana kebanyakan kaunselor kita kenal dan banyak yang kita rekomenkan, maksudnya daripada kaki tangan yang kita boleh percayai di kalangan kaunselor-kaunselor. Tapi dalam masa yang sama juga, kaunselor ini banyak membantu kita di peringkat bawahan dan kita amat memerlukan pertambahan kaunselor dan ini akan meringankan tugasan kita sebagai wakil rakyat di dalam kawasan. Jadi Tan Sri Speaker, saya rasa tidak menjadi masalah pertambahan bilangan kaunselor ini. Dan kaunselor ini pun tidak juga membebankan perbelanjaan kerajaan. Kerana gaji kaunselor, allowance kaunselor bukannya besar. Nak beli baju kot pun si cukup. Allowance naknya tu. Jadi apatah lagi, ini bukan mata pencarian mereka. Mereka memberikan masa dan ruang untuk membantu komuniti di kawasan seterusnya menjadikan kawasan itu sentiasa ditadbir urus dengan baik sekali. Ini harapan saya. Jadi dalam masa yang sama juga, saya dalam kawasan yang telah disebutkan oleh Menteri tadi, saya amat menyokong penuh dan harapan saya
kalau ada pertambahan, tambahlah konselor dalam kuasaan saya. Kalau boleh, Menteri. Jadi, dengan ini setakat menyokong penuh rang undang-undang Amendment Local Authorities Bill 2025. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Bukit Asek.
Tan Sri Dadama Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate on the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025. I would like to express my support for the Local Authority Amendment Bills 2025. I believe that this bill brings timely and necessary improvements to the Local Authority Ordinance 1996 in ways that will strengthen the local governance in Sarawak. Tan Sri Dadama Speaker, before assuming my current role as Sarawak State Legislative Assemblyman for M51 Bukit Asek, I had the honor of serving as a local councillor at Cebu Municipal Council for 7 years. That experience gave me a deep appreciation for the crucial role that all councils levels play. They are in truth the front line of government, the most immediate and visible form of public service delivery to the community. From waste management to urban planning, from licensing to responding to citizens' concerns, local authority are where government makes the daily lives of the people. I therefore strongly support the amendment to increase the number of councillors from 30 to 33. This change reflects the growing complexity of urban issues and the need for the broader representation within our councils. I hope that by expanding the number of councillors, we should allow for a more inclusive and effective council, where different segments of society, which including youth, women's, professionals, grassroots leaders, can be better represented. And this will ultimately improve the responsiveness and accountability of our local authorities. In addition, as the frontier of government, local councillors must be well equipped with knowledge not only of local issues but also of broader government policies and the various financial assistance schemes available to the people. Councillors must be trained and empowered to aid as effective bridges between the government and the Rakyat, ensuring that communities are aware of and benefits from the support system in place. A well-informed council is a more proactive and effective councils. For the information of Honourable Member of Benting, unfortunately she's not here. When I was a councillor of Cebu Municipal Council for 7 years, I received many phone calls from opposition YBs and even their assistants. And within my ability, I was more than happy to help. It's the matter of how you ask. It's the matter of how you ask the councillors. If you are in a scolding, accusing in such arrogant manners, I believe that no one is willing to extend a helping hand or even assisting you. Tan Sri Dadama Speakers, this amendment bill is not just the numbers on the paper. It is about equipping our local councils with the capacity, representation, and the legal tools they need to serve our people better. And with my background as a former councillor, I can confidently say that this is a step in the right directions. I therefore urge all honourable members of this August House to support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Batu Kitang.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for the opportunity to debate on this Local Authority Amendment Bill 2025. I fully support this amendment bill, a timely and necessary piece of legislation to ensure that our local government framework remains clear, responsive, and in line with Sarawak's evolving administrative landscape. The bill is straightforward and addresses the two key main areas. Firstly, the recognition of the following municipal councils: Padawan, Miri, and Kota Samarahan. This amendment removes any ambiguity and reinforces their legal status as single municipal authorities. And it is important that we reflect the current realities of governance on the ground. And these councils have long been operational, serving growing urban populations and managing increasing responsibilities. Formal recognition in the ordinance ensures that their authority is not only administrative but statutory, and this provides greater legitimacy, governance clarity, and paves the way for more efficient public service delivery. As the former chairman of Padawan Municipal Council, I know firsthand how important statutory clarity is to the day-to-day operations of a local council, from planning approvals to waste management and infrastructure development. And increasing Padawan Municipal Council with 3 councillors, serving an area of more than 2.5 times the size of Singapore, with a population of 600,000 people, is not sufficient, as the other members have spoken. It's not sufficient at all. And I would say it's timely to increase our councillors to from 30 to 33 and more. We need more to better serve these city councils. The bill also proposes a simple yet strategic amendment to Section 1(2)(a) of the ordinance. It seeks to empower the State Cabinet to amend the schedules in the ordinance by notification, without the need to return to the Dewan for every technical update. And this mechanism enhances flexibility and efficiency. The schedule typically include listings such as names of councils, boundaries, classifications, elements that are administrative in nature and subject to change as our towns expand, merge, or reorganize. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, this bill reflects Sarawak's commitment to good governance, administrative modernization, and ensuring our local authorities are legally empowered and functionally effective. I commend the member for N14 Batukawa for tabling this bill, and I fully support this Local Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker.
Any other members wish to speak? Member for Bawang Asam.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate of Local Authorities Amendment Ordinance 2025. The proposed amendment to Sarawak Local Authority Ordinance 2025, as explained by the Honourable Minister for Local Government, is to seek to increase the number of appointed local councillors from 30 to 33 for city councils and the municipal councils. This change again as emphasized by the Minister, is to aim at enhancing effectiveness and more inclusivity of local governments. In other words, the additional 3 councillors is to allow, I hope, the additional 3 councillors is to allow greater and more diverse representation of our multiracial society, including various ethnic and professional groups. In so doing, it is also aiming to better address the needs and concerns of different segments of the society. Tan Sri Dadama Speaker, I remember when I was the Minister in charge of local government some 15, 20 years ago, when it came to appointment of councillors, I was instructed by the Cabinet, and in fact more specifically by the then Chief Minister, the late Tun Tai, that we should appoint 3 to 5 councillors from NGOs and professional groups of various backgrounds and experience who are not linked directly or who are not directly affiliated to any political party. This is to ensure that local authorities can better address some specific needs and concerns of the different segments of our community. In other words, a non-partisan councillor will serve the council or the government of the day regardless of political party affiliation. A non-partisan election is one where candidates will not be under any influence of any political party. In other words, this is to ensure fairness, objectivity, and neutrality. Moreover, such appointment, I mean just the 3 additional councillors, will not be perceived as politically motivated, but seen as being more merit-based. This is to enable the government, or at least the local authority, to gain greater public trust in local governance. And so it is my hope that when appointing the 3 additional councillors, the Ministry of Local Government will take into consideration what I have just suggested, selecting qualified candidates from more independent, various or non-partisan backgrounds. In other words, we would prioritize merits over partisanship. All in all, these additional councillors must enhance greater representation, strengthen the capacity and efficiency of and improve greater community engagement, as emphasized by the Minister of Local Government. Moreover, the additional councillors can help distribute the workload which overburden some of the more senior more hardworking councillors. Tan Sri Dadama Speaker, in fact, some councillors from various councils, MBKS or even Cebu Municipal Council, have confided in me that are in too many committees, in too many subcommittees, and their workload is tantamount to almost a full-time job. At times, they felt burnout. Most of the councils, particularly the big councils, emphasize the need for councillors to be accessible at all times and be responsive to the residents' needs. And as highlighted by the Minister for Local Government, adding new councillors would alleviate workload and improve community services, improve community engagement. As highlighted by Honourable Member for Pakukitan just now, that Patawang Municipal Council is so large, it manages a jurisdiction covering how many properties? I think about 60,000. But my research say 81,356 properties. And how many residents? 600,000 or more. Can you imagine the workload distributed among just 30 and now 33 councillors? Tan Sri Dadama Speaker, in fact, I would like to see an additional amendment in this bill to include greater allowances for the councillors. Perhaps we don't need to do it because I think the State Cabinet can do so without bringing the matter to Dewan Undangan Negeri, or even the Ministry of Local Government has the authority to do the allowance adjustment and so on. Of course, in doing so, it may strain local government budget, but greater incentives should be given to councillors for better service and greater efficiency. As we emphasize, for councillors' role, we always say care. C-A-R-E. K is cooperative. Cooperate with the residents at all times. Cooperative. A, approachable. Councillors should be at all times approachable. R, responsive. E is efficient. And so, if we expect councillors to do more, greater incentives ought to be given, meaning greater allowances for the councillor, for their better services and greater efficiency. Tan Sri Dadama Speaker, with the above remarks, I would like to support the Local Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Thank you.
I now call upon the Honourable Deputy Premier to do the winding up.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to all the honorary members who participate in this debate, a total of 8 of them, and supported the motion to amend the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 which comprises of a number of issues, especially those councillors who was councillors before, honourable members who are councillors before, sharing their experiences. And regarding the number of councillors, 3, increased by 3 years. It is a start. And also I want to thank the YB from Bawang Asang about take notes of the merits and the greater representatives. And there's no question that our councillors are not paid well. They are actually paid an allowance, fixed allowance of 300 ringgit a month, and meeting 100 ringgit for maximum of seven meetings. If you have more meetings than that, you're on your own. And so attending functions only 50 ringgit per function, maximum of 7. So we are actually truly caring and serving the rakyats. And there is no questions about the YB from Pending talking about serving the rakyat and raise the bar. I totally agree, but unfortunately she, as usual, she is not here to listen, and she only speak and then she doesn't listen. And in terms of, we always look forward to everyone in terms of cooperations, mutual respect. But cooperation and mutual respect must start from yourself. You must respect others, before others respect you. You must cooperate with others before others cooperate with you. And so it's not, and when you said not politicking, right, but always the logo is very big. It's double standard, double speaking, triple face. And I just want I just want to say that different councillors are assigned with different tasks. Oh, by the way, Tan Sri Speaker, I forgot. And speaking about cooperation, we have actually no issue cooperating and working very well with YB Anthony Locke. Why she doesn't learn from her Secretary General? And I have no issue, even text the YB Anthony Locke anytime. And he always said, if you got any issue with my YB, let me know. So maybe I should complain a bit more. It's only a few YB, not all YB are like that. And that's it, because different councillors are assigned with different tasks. Additional councillors, without question, will improve the service delivery, such as effective monitoring of projects and services. Governance and local councils are more inclusive to ensure that development reflects the diversity of the population. Citizens are more likely and prefer to engage with councillors who are visible, accessible, and be able to respond to complaints, issues, and requests faster. Local issues, conflicts, and disputes can be effectively resolved with immediate resolution of problems on the ground. In major councils, issues and workload can affect service delivery to the rakyat. Therefore, increasing number of councillors can improve planning and service delivery, as well as strengthening the link between the leaders and the people. This can lead to more equitable, efficient, and accountable service delivery, which is the ultimate goal of any local government systems. Tan Sri Speaker, once again, I would like to thank all the members of this August House who participate in the debate and support the bill. Thank you very much, Tan Sri Speaker.
Ahli Muhammad, the question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of Honorable Deputy Premier, Minister for Public Health, Housing and Local Government, and Member for N14, Batukawa, be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. As many as opinion say yes, as many contrary opinion say no, the yes of it, the motion is passed and referred to the Committee of the Whole House. The Dewan shall now resolve into the Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill which stands committed in the to the committee. The Dewan shall now consider the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clauses entitled,
The Dewan shall now resume.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I wish to report that the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 has been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without any amendments.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan bacaan kali yang ketiga, Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025, Deputy Premier, Minister for Public Health, Housing and Local Government.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 now be read a third time and do pass.
Yang berhormat, the question for the Dewan is that the Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and do pass. As many opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes have it. The bill is read a third time and pass.
Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025.
Yang berhormat, the sitting is now adjourned and the House shall resume its sitting at 9 a.m. tomorrow.